Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. Let's see. General announcements. I mentioned this in the opening of yesterday's stream, and I'm going to mention it in the opening of tomorrow's stream. But we did hit 100 subscribers on the VODs channel on YouTube. I really, really appreciate everyone who has subscribed and left comments and shared the channel and otherwise supported me over the past few months. So next Friday, the 27th, I'm doing a little 100 YouTube subs / belated Twitch affiliate celebration stream. That'll be a few hours earlier than the usual stream time. I've got a horrible set of Factorio mods set up for that. It should be really painful for me and really funny to watch. That, I think, is the only announcement. So let's dive right into what we've got going on with RP-1. Active contracts-wise, we have apparently nothing, which is great. Let's look at the to-do list. Let's see, what did I leave myself for notes? Next session, fly more Earth science, and I assume that's these things. Yeah, infrared radiometry, Terrankov beyond LEO. These are all waiting for this space flight era science tech. And then we need to start designing a lunar program script, which is going to mean trying to launch into the moon's inclination and the same longitude. I'm not sure, honestly, what the math looks like to launch into the same longitude of ascending node as the moon, so we're going to have to do some research for that. And then, of course, we need to do the actual mission design and hardware design for that as well. Probably with solids initially, because lots of liquid stages are not really in the cards yet for me. 60 orbital rocketry might give us AJ-10 mid. Okay. And this one I think is restartable. Where does it say that? Unlimited ignitions. Yeah. So, if we want to make our lives easier, we can always wait for the AJ-10 mid. Because I think that is... I mean, it's just going to be easier to be able to restart, burn the same engine over and over again. And we do still have a little bit of, I think, time in general on the lunar contracts. If I check this, early lunar probes, yeah, we're a year in, a little more than a year, so we've got a couple more years to get, like, teched up, if we so desire, to get these missions done. You know, it's interesting that lunar flyby is specified to be uncrewed, but lunar impactor, oh no, it is uncrewed. It's just not specified in the in the contract title. But you cannot send a crewed mission as your lunar impactor. All right. Despite my best efforts. So I think, like, looking at this, you know, crewed orbit's gonna take one more slot. We could actually upgrade this and take crewed orbit very soon if we so desired. How close are we to crewed orbit? We need this material science node and basic capsules. And maybe a rocketry node or two. But I think with oh, this doesn't actually have LR89, LR101 upgrades in the 60 node. 61? To 59 then. So yeah, we might have a fully spec'd out Atlas already feel like I'm going way too far back. LR-105, LR-89. Yeah. Like, I knew the LR-89 has been around for a little while, but... yeah, NA3, NA5... By 59 orbital rocketry, we have, what, the NA... I'm surprised I'm not seeing any of those upgrades during these... yeah, LR-89 NA5 configuration is in the 1960 orbital rocketry. And that's... MB... I'm not sure. I'd have to double check what the iteration is, but a good one. I know that. By the time we've got the 1960s version, we're in a good place for trying to fly an Atlas with that config. Oh, and we need to take crew survivability, of course. So how much science is that, if we wanted to just take it? 10 here, 18 here is 28, 50, maybe 16, if we want to get the NA5 configs for Atlas. So, 66. That's not, I think that's achievable, especially once we get all of this tech for these uprated, these new science experiments. I think that's very achievable pretty soon. And once we have that, we can grab the, I don't want to grab the contract for crude orbit too soon. But I think once we once we have all of these sciences queued up and we know that we're going to hit the tech requirements to get humans to orbit, we can go ahead and grab that stuff. Okay. So I think I do want to queue up a couple more of the cameras we flew last time, this photography 2, because there is a bunch more science to be gathered from these. And then we'll want to be thinking about what our designs that use these various experiments look like. That is going to be sort of each of these gravimetric, magnetometry, Cherenkov beyond LEO, infrared radiometry. Like, we should be able to do all of these once we get that tech. Well, most of them at least. I think one of these specifically requires like a fairly high... yeah, the gravimetric requires a fairly high, fairly circular orbit. And I think to achieve this, we're gonna need a multi-ignition engine. I don't think we can avoid a multi-ignition engine for this gravimetric satellite contract. Because we're gonna need to, like, get up, push out our AP to that, like, 1 megameter, and then fly around until we're on our new AP and bring up the PE, right? There's no way to avoid that. So I know some of the Aegina upgrades have multiple ignitions, but I don't think these early ones do, the BA1, BA3, and BA5. I think we might have to get to 1960 rocketry, at which point we have AJ-10 mid, which I believe is supposed to be Able Star ? AJ-10 118E. Delta, okay. 101 was on, yeah. Okay, Able Star was still the AJ-10 104s, which is probably what we get in 59 orbital rocketry. We find AJ-10 101, 1960, AJ-10 142. All right, we might not get the 104s exactly as they were. Yeah, Thor Delta there. Able 2. I don't see the 104s for Able Star. Interesting. I guess we just don't get it. Oh no, used on Thor, Able Star, and... Oh, the alternate config is the 118. So this is probably the 104 in its base configuration. That would make sense. Maybe. Yeah, AJ-10 104. Cool. Yeah. So this is Able Star. So this is what we want. And that matches what they say flew this contract. So that's fine. Infrared radiometry is PE above 500, AP below 1 million. So this is a nice... It just has to be a very circular orbit, and this says it flew on a Thor Able. So I think we can do this with our current... Well, once we get the science, we should be able to do this with our current tech. We just have to set up... set up our circularization correctly. Magnetometry satellite. This needs a very elliptical orbit. So I think in theory we can do this one. I think our issue with this was just getting the delta V we needed for this 3 megameter PE. I think I was having trouble hitting this, so we just need a little more oomph. We might need more oomph for this one. This one is also just a very high eccentricity PE between 200 and 500, so this should be easy to do once we have the... Oh, and this one flew on a Juno, they claim. Interesting. Did I get rid of that launch complex? No, I do still have the Redstone complex. I wonder if I could actually fly that on Cherenkov detection beyond LEO, if I could actually fly this one on a Juno. Oh, that's Juno 2, though. Is Juno 2 actually Juno, or is it... No, Juno 2 was an actual Jupiter. Which is not Redstone. It's not the same as Juno 1. Okay. I should probably just disassemble this Redstone complex at this point. I don't think I'm ever going to use it, and it'll save me some money. Done. I have extra engineers. maybe I don't. Oh, my staff is just idle because I haven't, queued up another. Let's queue up the, another of the camera missions. KH-1. Yeah. I was happy with how this flew. I don't think I need to make any changes to its script, so I think we can just queue up another one and get a little bit more of the science from it. The next iteration of this will be upgraded to the bigger camera. And if I check science, we should have that. Oh, and of course, these are set up differently. Node on the top there. Yeah, and this is... Well, I don't know which KH the PH03 is supposed to be based on. But we would grab it like... Where is editor extensions? There we go. Just zoop that up. And then, yeah, our total delta V here is awful. We do need more capabilities for this. And that would be... Looking at our XLR81, beefier Regina. So we get BA 1, 3, and 5 all at the same time, which are all slightly different. I guess BA 5 is the one we'd want. It's a little more expensive to get into, but it's the actual Regina version. And the rated burn time is 120. Oh, these stages are screwed up. Launch. Drop the boosters. Deploy upper stage. Return. What is... Yeah, that's the return stage, and then blah, blah, blah. Cool. So yeah, this stage... It burns for 2 minutes. There we go. So yeah, this has lots of delta V. Plenty of delta V, in fact. I'm gonna call this KH2. I don't think that's right. This is I think it's more like KH4. It says somewhere what the equivalent is in game. I just don't remember where. Yeah, KH4. There we go. Yeah, AP below 445,000, eccentricity below 0.035. So these are going to need cleaner circularization logic, which I have from my first attempt at playing the game. So we'll want to use that kind of circularization code. But this is looking pretty good. And this is actually KH4. And we can delete KH2. And if we're waiting for BA5 here, which is 59 orbital rocketry, I think we also get an improved LR-79. Yes. Which burns for less time. Okay, it has a lot more thrust, though. Yeah. MB3-1, MB3-2. Yeah, this is a shorter burn time, which is interesting. Oh, and then we finally get this variant. Yeah, the MB3-3. 260 seconds at 750 kilonewtons. I'm not convinced this is actually an upgrade. All right, so we're at like 9:57:41 between these two stages. And if we switch to the 59 tech, we're at 56:71. Okay, so we lose like 100 meters a second of delta V using this variant of the engine. That seems bad. And that, well, that's the vacuum delta V. I should probably be looking at the atmospheric. So 48.99 versus 49.51. Yeah. It's not a ton, but we lose delta V going to that variant. Like, does it have a much better reliability? I mean, not really. Let me check the Discord real quick. Let me see if anyone has something to say about it that I am missing. See if there's any threads that mention it. LR-79 NA9. Is it just me? They have higher thrust, so you're supposed to increase tank size. Well, yeah. I mean, I could probably get rid of the side boosters with a... Yeah, it might be different without the boosters, would be one of the things to think about there. But... Oh, I didn't double check burn time, did I? If we're in the NA9 config, I've totally forgot to account for burn time. What's the rated burn time on this? 165. And we are at we're at like 180. This is actually overburning significantly. Yeah. This is 187. You don't burn them depending on the magnitude. Okay. So yeah, the answer apparently is that we can burn these longer. This is something about how test flight works. But if we look at the S3D, tested burn time is 350. Yeah, these are all tested burn time 350. So like, you go to the bigger variant, and even though we're overburning, these ones are safe to overburn significantly longer, I guess is how it works with test flight. So even though their rated burn time is a little bit lower, it is, you know, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but, you know, it's fine to go up to a higher burn time with the bigger engines, even though their rated burn time is lower. So these ones are overburning by closer to 30 seconds now. But it gets us that over 5,000 meters a second of delta V in the first stage. Okay, interesting. Because, yeah, the rated burn time doesn't go up until... Yeah, all of these are tested burn time 350. The rated burn time doesn't go up until the NA13 variant, which is a few more years out, tech-wise. And at that point, I mean, burning for 260 seconds would be huge. Yeah, so these might need... That might just be a weird thing with how the game data's in there. Alright, this thread in the wiki is getting long. Yeah, it seems like basically it's only worth it if you're willing to push the burn time that far beyond tested, or sorry, beyond rated into the longer tested burn time range. So we might just stick to the S3D with our 12-meter tank. Yeah, getting us that 51 meters a second there. Yeah, we're going to need to make a few tweaks to the KH1 script to make a KH4 script. But that's not really what I wanted to spend today doing. So, the other things that we can fly with that, we can't add the I'm having trouble with my words today. I'm sorry. We can't add the experiments to the science core until after they're researched. It's just one of those things you can't do with prototype parts. So we have to wait until this tech is actually researched before we can design the rest of these that rely on the other experiments. It's very, very tempting. Well, I need to decide which... Yeah. It's interesting that we still get AJ10 early upgrades when we have already gotten the AJ10 mid. Where's AJ10 early? That's a Gina. AJ10 early. We go up to like the 118. Reliability at 0, 118D. Yeah, one ignition. All of these are one ignition. Okay. So it's only the AJ10 mid variants, which does have a 118. Okay, that's multi-ignition. Interesting. That's an interesting way that they have it split up in-game. Is the mid is basically the multi-ignition engine, and you get the 104 for Able Star, and then you get the 118E for Delta. But you're also still getting 110 AJ10 early upgrades that are like earlier versions of the 118. Yeah, Delta A, Delta B through D, and then Delta E. Hey, Starfighter. Should be somewhere. We should have our AJ10. (118E). Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's all the way in 1965 for the 118E. Okay. But at that point, we have the early AJ10 Advanced, which is probably also... Which variant is the AJ10 Advanced? The 138, the 118F, and the 133 eventually. What's the AJ10 138? AJ10 138. Upper stage of the Titan 3. Okay. Cool. And somewhere in here there should also be a 137. But that might be further out, actually. 118. Yeah, maybe we don't get the 137. 138, 118. None of those. 63. That's the E1. Yeah, AJ10 mid is the 104 and the 118. It's possible that it's tucked away in a different node. Or that it's given a different engine name. Like if it's specifically called out as an Apollo engine of some sort instead of as an AJ10. Yeah, we do get some, like, engines in some of this stuff, but this is where Apollo is, right? It's going to be in lunar orbit capsules. All right, I'm totally distracting myself here, but Apollo Block 1... Apollo service module. Yeah, Apollo command module, heat shield, etc. Okay. So that's under mature capsules. So under orbital rocketry, yeah, and that's also where we get the F1. Oh, there it is. Service propulsion system, AJ10-137. It's tucked away as its own engine much, much later on. I was wondering where that was hiding. And then, yeah, by 69 orbital rocketry, we get the F1 upgrade, and then into the 70s, we're into stuff that... Yeah, Titan upgrades and other stuff that I don't know as well. Anyway, I completely distracted myself here. What was I looking at this stuff for at all? I was thinking about restartable engines. Right. That's the AJ10 series mid. And that is certain Agena upgrades. Which I don't think we have yet. I don't think it's in 60. I think it's in 61. Is it the BA7 that might unlock multiple... One ignition. The BA7 gets one extra ignition. BA11. And then the extra start tanks gives 15 ignitions. Okay, so that's like truly lots of restarts. Yeah, whatever the XLR 81 uses for its ignition fluid or something. But even still, that's all the way out in the 61 rocketry. So if we want tight circularization on tight circularization in a high orbit, which is what we need for gravimetric? Yes. So this needs low eccentricity, and it needs to be above in a fairly tight orbital window. So this to me says multiple ignitions, right? The first stage lobs us suborbital wherever we need to be, you know, above 140, really. Then we do one burn of the upper stage to get our AP above 1 megameter, and then we do another burn of that same stage to push the PE out to 1 megameter. So that, yeah, and again, this was flown on Able Star, and that would be the AJ-10 mid. Okay. So this one is going to need the 1960 orbital rocketry. Oh, no, the 1959 orbital? No, 1960 orbital rocketry for the AJ-10 mid for us to do that contract, I think, reasonably. I could probably do it with a solid kick stage, you know, with carefully adjusted amounts of fuel, but we can fly other stuff in the interim, so, and which one is that? That's the gravimetric satellite, and this it needs 1960 orbital rocketry. All right, infrared radiometry. I think we can do now-ish. We might need 1959 orbital rocketry, but I somehow doubt it. I think we can do this with a Thor Able. Well, we can test this and see what we can do with our current tech. But I think with a good circularization script, we can fly this one as soon as we get the Spaceflight Era Science. Gravimetric we just looked at. This is the one where I said we want 1960 orbital rocketry. Magnetometry. This one I'm not sure if we can do. This says that it flew on a Thor Delta. So that would likely have to be also 60 orbital rocketry. Yeah, the AJ-10 142. These bigger early AJ-10s. Yeah, able... But we might be able to do it with the 59 tech. We do get AJ-10 upgrades in 59. So... That one is... Whoops, which contract was that? I've already lost track again. Magnetometry satellite. I'll put it here... Cherenkov beyond LEO, I think we can do here in this spaceflight era science. And then improved Earth imaging is almost certainly in this 1959 orbital rocketry, because this gives us a real Agena, and this is the build that I had started working on at the start of the stream, the KH4 based design. All right, so magnetometry satellite. I want to add some notes about what each of these need. These just needs the experiment. Needs, let's see, magnetometry satellite. Just needs lots of DV, might be possible at 59. And the gravimetric satellite needs multiple ignitions. AJ-10 mid. Okay. So I think that's where we're at as far as all of our next science missions, and that tells me that I should not be working on this KH-4 satellite right now, but I should be thinking about infrared radiometry and Cherenkov. Both of these I can't actually design until the tech is finished, because when you embed the experiments into the avionics, the way I usually do it, let this load up. Oh, here's KH-4, by the way, with its slightly beefier Regina. The other thing that would be nice to get on an operational Agena is the Agena equipment rack. Yeah, I should add this to this. But normally in the avionics, I go into this wherever the experiments, configure experiments, and you can't add stuff that hasn't been fully researched yet. You can put in the experimental part from here, right? I can put in the Cherenkov detector, on the side of a ship, and for the most part, depending on the satellite, that might be okay, but this is 6 kilograms. That's the better part of some satellites. So, right. Agena. The equipment rack. How does this work? I think it wants to go there. Then the engine needs to go in. Grab it from the bottom. There we go. Like that. Okay. And then these come off. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's Agena. So this should have pitch control. Yeah, highly pressurized. We wouldn't want to use select, yeah, whatever. Where's there's the engine config. So we've been using nitrous oxide as our general configuration, and then we would fill these with nitrous oxide for the engines. There we go. But if we want to do that for the 59 orbital rocketry, then we also need to add... Oh yeah, I've got early flight control before orbital rocketry anyway, and I think early flight control might also give me an RCS upgrade. Gives me the RCS technology upgrade, whatever that means. It doesn't specifically give me new RCS fuels. I think the new RCS fuels might come with usually in the orbital rocketry nodes. Could be wrong about that, though. stuff comes in weird nodes sometimes. Cool. At any rate, I think I'm going to add 60 orbital rocketry to the tech queue. And this also has the NA5 config of the Atlas stuff. And this will get us to orbit easily if I do an Atlas using the 1960 tech. I don't think we need to go up to the 61 tech for that. Yeah, there isn't even a 61 tech bump for Atlas. I mean, I could double check which, let's see. Mercury, Atlas, Mercury engine. LV3B. Yeah, it's the -5. Okay. So yeah, that is the engine that we're going to want for our Atlas Mercury flight. If we want to do it realistically, it'll be the -5. Cool. And we should also have, we'll have some science or some test data for the Atlas engines, since we've been using the Thor engines and they're in the same family. So that is good as well. So as far as being able to actually do the crewed program, survivability 28 plus 50. It's 50. 50 more science on top of what we've got right now to be able to do that. And I think especially if we can manage to get Lunar anything to work right, and this is going to be hard, getting Lunar anything within the constraints of what I've given myself for this challenge run. Then I think we're in a good place there. Okay. Well, I spent like the first hour of this stream just like doing planning, but we do still need to do this. Here, let's overall plan. Fly remaining Earth science satellites as tech unlocks. Figure out a lunar probe. Push research towards manned orbit. Take manned orbit program. Okay. So I think this is... Oh, and in between, we have this early flight control. We're not doing anything at early flight control. And I also have this 59 to 60 solids node that I unlocked. And okay, this has the Mercury retros. It has Altair, which is a bigger upper stage. It has the Castor engine up. I don't know if we care about this. I don't think we probably want the Mercury retros, so we are going to care about it later. But it's not... I don't think we need it for our sets of contracts. So... Yeah, so we'll do 1959 to 60 solids is here, and then we'll add the rest of the research we need for Mercury as we go. Okay. Let's start designing a lunar thingy. I guess. We have some other flights to run, and actually I'm gonna duplicate KH1 one more time. Oh, not enough funds. Never mind, we're not gonna duplicate it one more time. Let's go ahead and this is not what we're gonna fly, but let's start designing our lunar impactor. So this is gonna be, we'll take Thor off. Did I save a Thor? I have something that I call Thor, and that looks like it's this one because it's got color on it. Okay. In that case, we're gonna just do new. So we're gonna start with probe core. Actually do a probe core. Don't think it matters. Below that, we're gonna have... Actually, you know what? Let's do the procedural avionics, because I'm gonna make it the nose cone. Oh, it is add break o'clock. Shoot, I just realized. Well, I will let that run, and I'll come back to what I've been doing when we come back from the ad, and I will talk through what I did. All right, rated burn time is all of 300 seconds on these early AJ-10 for Able Star. Although, what's the tested burn time? 450. This seems small. I'm not sure that I believe that that's the right diameter. I bet that's the diameter of Thor, that 2.44. Yes. How about 4.5 feet? There we go. 1.37. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. Sorry, I usually try to give more warning. I let myself get distracted. Okay, so during the ad, I just started building this. This is an Able Star. That's all it is. Avionics would be deep space avionics that can control however many tons this is. Resize to fit. The interesting thing is if we make this our impactor, then like we don't have to do much of anything. What's the diameter need to be? 1.372. Okay. And then if we look at power, well, I'm going to add some solar panels to it, probably. But if we hibernate the avionics, 190 days. How long does it take to fly to the moon? Three days. Okay, so we'll give ourselves double the battery we need, but we still only need like 0.03 times this. How's 4,000? 6 days. That is plenty of battery. This thing has 4,500 meters a second of delta V. We're assuming that we can use Able Star. Wait, what am I building? Am I building the Lunar Impactor, or am I building one of the other designs? I've already forgotten what I'm doing. I am so distracted today. I'm building a silver can. Well, that is true. They all start out as silver cans, though. Let's call this Lunar Impactor, and let's just see how much delta V we can get with this. If I just grab Thor and I stick it on here, we're looking at not enough delta V to get to the moon. Okay. And that doesn't surprise me. What was the first? Yeah, Ranger. Ranger 1 and 2 failed. All right, Ranger 3 missed the moon. But what was Ranger 3? Ranger 3 was flown on Atlas. Atlas Agena B. Okay. So this is... And that's what I was thinking last time, right? When I was working on the first attempt for this. It wasn't... I was planning on using, like, Atlas Agena or Atlas Able Star to fly the lunar probes. So that might be what we need to do. We might need to make an Atlas first stage. I don't know if Atlas Able Star was ever a thing in the real world, but we'll have Able Star before we have relightable Agena. So an Atlas Able Star can probably be a Lunar Impactor. Okay. So let's not make this a Lunar Impactor then, and let's get this designed Don't save. As what are our next current missions? Okay, we're waiting on the tech for the infrared radiometry and Cherenkov below beyond LEO. What was I thinking of as an Able Star? Gravimetric. But Able Star is also further out in tech, so. And then magnetometry. Yeah, this needs to be sent way out there. Okay. Let's skip ahead. Let's fly this keyhole satellite just so we can get more of the science from that. And that'll also get us close to this early human spaceflight era science unlock. And then we can start flying what am I trying to say? Start flying a couple more of the experiments that we need to get up in orbit. How long do we have? This is 60, 61, 6. Okay, so we have until like the end of 1962 before this starts to really fall off. And right now we've got research through to 1960. And like 1960 orbital rocketry gets us, I think that's everything but the restartable Agena. Because I think the first restartable Agena is in the 1961 node. Yeah, BA7, is that correct? Yeah, BA7, 2 ignitions. Yeah. Okay. But if we try to fly an Atlas, like an Atlas Able Star, using the AJ-10 mid, I think we can get away with that as our lunar vehicle. But we are going to have to rebuild Atlas from compared to our last Atlas flights of the previous attempt. Oh, I'm having trouble today. But I think, looking at... I mean, if I just, like, eyeball this... Here, let's get rid of... Actually, we want to keep some of this. It's this part that we get rid of. If I grab... balloon tank... Atlas... What was the Atlas diameter? 12.5 feet. 3.81 meters. And then set the mount to Atlas. Nose doesn't need to be anything. And then if we throw in our LR-105 there. And let's see. Choose tank type, balloon. Bill for the LR-105. And then, is it under coupling? No. Structural? No. All right. Atlas skirt and engines. Find the LR-89s. And, oh, this needs a launch clamp. All right, yeah. We're at 13. I haven't even, like, tweaked anything yet. Because if we're waiting till... Well, I think we've got the NA3s right now. Let's just do that. Yeah, and this doesn't know how to deal with, like, our rated burn times correctly at all. Unfortunately. So we kind of have to, let's see, rated burn time is 135 seconds, and it uses 105 liters a second at, so 105, 135, 2. So 28.35 kiloliters of RP-1 plus, this is at 330 times 44.3. So we want about 43 kiloliters of RP-1. Oh, and this says that it has 73.5. Uh-oh. That can't be right. Maybe it is. Maybe this tank is more than big enough. Oh, but plus the verniers. I didn't put the verniers on. Let's see. Rocketry, single, ground lit. That is... Yeah. Okay. So yeah, mass flow rate, 105 liters a second for 135 seconds, and actually we'll run them for 140. 105 times 2. And then LR-105, 335 times 44.3. Yeah, 44.25. And then the LR-101s. NA3, they're going to burn as well for the 335 that we're burning the upper stage engine for, or the sustainer for. 0.969. Yeah, that's almost nothing. So 44.565 liters of RP-1 is what this says we're supposed to have, which is like here. Which... $44 point what? 5? Yeah. Interesting. I guess that's right. I wish that these worked correctly in symmetry. You can kind of put them, like, not on the spots and do that instead. There we go. And then if I grab this... I'm surprised how much the LR105 is not sticking through here, which makes me think that I've done something wrong with my... Oh, because once again, I trusted Google, and Google gave me the wrong diameter. Google gave me the diameter of the Atlas V, not of the Atlas 1. That's why all my numbers are wrong. Okay. And that's why everything seems too big, because it is too big. Right? Yeah. It's definitely the AI's fault, and not my fault for trusting it. Yeah, there we go. Now this is sticking out the way I expect it to. Hopefully now I can get, yeah, 2 of these in there. Good enough. Hopefully those aren't clipped too high. As long as the actual thrust point is, like, towards the bottom of the engine, I think I'll be okay. They should probably be a little bit lower, though. There we go. I'm going to call that good enough as an Atlas. And then let's not actually use that ground clamp. Let's grab a better ground clamp. Use 2 of these right here. All right. So now... Yeah, now we need more tankage, which is what I thought was going to be the case. Because this is sized for, like, the most basic Atlas. Yeah. So we need to stretch it, and, well, stretching it isn't really. We turn off the rivets, then we can do this and grab procedural balloon tank. And then if this is at 37.6 and I want like 44.5, this needs like 7. There we go. And then this needs to be made the right diameter. This rocket weighs how much? 128 tons. All right, we'll spec this for like... No, that might be too much. Let's do like 140. Oh, and the avionics ring is actually pretty small. Fantastic. What is our... Oh, we have perpetual power, of course we do. If we reroute this here, then take the top off. Nope, that didn't work. Reroute here. $25 minutes? Okay. This can be like 500. All right, there we go. I'll have to repaint this because it's a little narrow for that paint scheme. But that is... looking atlasy. Well, sort of. Okay, so what's our, like, overall delta V on this thing? Why is the AJ-10 not showing up here? Oh, because I need to reroute again, of course. Like, my stages are messed up. Okay. So this thing, as an early calling it quote-unquote early. This Atlas Able Star design, we're looking at 11,000 meters a second delta V. Which might be enough for... It's really not enough for a lunar impactor, is it? And I'm going to assume they used some sort of solid kick stage on Ranger 1. Was designed to boost to the moon by an Atlas Agena. Okay. Well, what if we do Agena instead of Atlas? Let's find the Agena engine. And we have to go up to the BA 7 because we need that second ignition. Rated burn time 240 seconds. Okay. Oh, and this is the wrong diameter for an Agena. Let's see. 5 feet. 1.524. Yeah. This was 4.5 feet for Able Star. There we go. And then 240 seconds was the burn time for the engine. Yeah. Okay, that is a little bit more delta V than using an early Able Star. Don't ask Google AI, yeah. Let's see. Base is 3.048. Top is... what did I just set this to? 1.524. All right. So, 11,742 plus we will have a little bit of extra DV for the Agena stage with its equipment rack. Do I have the SPS? No, I don't have that yet. So... I want to be careful with... Let me find a real solar system delta V map. This is what I need. Yeah, this says from LEO to lunar intercept a little over 3,000. So this does not seem like it has the necessary delta V to do I mean, it's close. Oh, but if I'm using that variant of the Aegina, I will also have the better Atlas available. It'll be the NA6, right? Because that variant of the Aegina with multiple ignitions is 61 orbital rocketry. Yeah. Yeah. And these are rated at, okay, significantly longer, so I'm going to have to redo my fuel math. 114 liters a second at 165 seconds. So that's 37.6 liters for those guys. This is going to burn at 355 for 46.4. 54.1 plus whatever these need for, what did I say the burn time was? 355? 355. Yeah, it's 62 orbital for the NA11. Okay. So that's 0.969. Yeah, so 54.4 total liters, and this is 37.6 KL. Oh. So we need 16.75 in our upper tank. So that does push us over 12 kilometers a second delta V. An absolutely atrocious liftoff TWR, though. I don't think I'd be comfortable running this that, I didn't realize these were hanging out this badly. But I had them well adjusted. There we go. So yeah, this is an atrocious sea level thrust, though. So I'd probably want to bring this down. Yeah. It loses quite a bit of delta V, but like, I don't see any way around it. NA6 was Atlas E. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess, really, what I should be doing with this, and is part of why it looks so funky, is instead of doing the fairing like that, because the Atlas, the later, well, I guess all of the Atlases have like a sloped top to their tank, don't they? Get that out of the way. None of these are really, you know, one of these sorts of designs. Except I'll do it manually. So yeah, if I change this from a straight tank to like a needs more boosters, yeah. Why am I not getting dings? Did it mess up the audio routing on my... Huh. So yeah, let's take this off. Let's take this off. Cathedral tank. Oh no, we don't need to take it off. We just need to do it like here. Bottom diameter is... at 3 meters. Top diameter can be... whatever I want it to be, really. But if we do it at that 1.5, then this comes down to 1.524 and needs to get a little taller. Then this would be, the base is also that 1.524. Oh. Come on. Oh, this is being silly. There we go. .6. And then this tank type is balloon. Bill for the LR-105. Although, yeah, we're getting up again, because this wanted like 16 liters, right? Or 16 kiloliters. And that's silly. That's very silly. So maybe I go back to this just being a tube. But again, this thrust... that looks fine. I mean, that looks fine in general. That's a good question. Will this be doing a straight shot or will there be waiting? if I could figure out the code for a straight shot, it's more efficient. But if I can't, then we'll have to get into orbit and do at least, one pass around to make sure that we're aligned and burning in the right direction. I'm sure originally it would have been a direct ascent design. Well, maybe. What does Wikipedia say? Blah, 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 blah. Mission. Launch delays. Oh, I don't want Ranger 1. I want Ranger 3. Because Ranger 1 and 2 didn't work. Ranger 3. Equipment, trajectory errors, come on. I have no idea how Ranger would have actually flown. Wikipedia doesn't say. But 11,689, I haven't even put experiments on here yet. I'm not sure what the required ones are. I'm pretty sure if I set our dry mass here of this upper stage, like, we're big enough for... Yeah, we're more than heavy enough for this to be an impactor. If we... Yeah. Okay, wait. 12,852. That's not bad at all. Oh, this was still a high-pressure tank, because I had it set up for the AJ-10. I didn't switch it to non-high pressure when I started testing with the Aegina instead. Okay. So this is fine, and that also fixes some of our TWR issues on the first stage. So if I drop another balloon tank in here... what's the right diameter? 3.048. I probably could have rounded this to 3 instead of making it exactly the right diameter in, Alright, so that's about 5, so this needs about 11. Or as big as it can get without killing our sea level thrust. There we go. 13.2. That'll get to the moon. No problemo. We need to add more stuff still. We need, like, our proper scientific payload and some other things in the nose cone. But, like, now we're getting somewhere. This is starting to actually look like a reasonable lunar impactor. All right, so this thing is going to be, deep space, controllable mass. How many tons? We're up to 6.8. All right, so it needs to be 7 tons, and it needs to be the right diameter. 1.5 524. There we go. 7 tons. Oh, and this is also... Well, no, because I decided I needed a certain amount of time. Shut down avionics. 124 days. Okay. Oh, that's... $72 days. Cool. This is good because this is even more Delta V. That seems like it's going down very non-linearly, and I don't love that. I don't know if I trust it. Yeah, when it's activated, it says 3 days, and when it's shut down, it says 67 days. All right. When we're activated, we should be at... No. That's not... Wait, does the equipment rack have a bunch of battery in it? Is that... No. Yes. Okay, so we don't need any in this. All right, remove the electric charge. Done. Now we can set this right. And I think I calculated like 5,000 was reasonable. That's 7 days with the avionics, yeah, disabled and activated, 9 hours of runtime. I think that's probably fine because we're going to put solar on it too. And that also, again, means that we should have better total Delta V. Yeah, we're up to 13.5 almost. Okay. I hide KCT. There we go. So let me double check what science I need for the lunar impactor. Lunar flyby. It just says any science. All right. Cool. I guess I could do... Like, the Aegina's the TLI stage, right? And then... This doesn't necessarily need to be... Like, this could be a near-Earth. And then... On top of it, we would have a payload, right? And then we can put our procedural probe core up top. And then this can just be a science core. Well, no. It still needs to be deep space, but it can be a much lighter deep space avionic. Because, you know, the mass of this... Whoops. Let's reroute. the mass of this is so much smaller, right? I mean, this claims that it's currently 3 tons, but it's also got stupid amounts of battery. So 2.3 tons. All right, well, maybe. Configure the right experiment. Oh, deep space avionics, please. And then pick whatever makes sense that are lightweight, short duration experiments, right? Because this is an impactor. We don't want any of these 30-hour or 30-day, 90-day experiments. TV camera, we're going to fly through a couple of different biomes. That one might be worth it. I guess I could do barometer and thermometer. Why not? And then this thing is what has to have, with the avionics shut down. It's currently at 22 hours, so it needs like... Yeah, 5 days. I could make it last a little longer, but I think that's fine. And then this will need on it RCS, right, of some description. Actually, if I do the modular RCS... basically this. That should give it what it needs to be able to align itself and then make adjustments, right? Because what it needs to be able to do is when it gets into lunar sphere of influence, quote unquote, it needs to point itself radial in, burn a little bit until it's until its PE. It won't have an AP until its PE is negative, right? That is the whole impactor adjustment process, is burn in until you actually hit it. So like this could be basically the whole probe besides needing power. And actually, I gave it enough batteries, so it doesn't even need that. Mass is 200 kilograms, which is well within... We need at least 40 kilograms for the impactor to work. Yeah, I don't even have to give it solar. I gave it enough battery. I could potentially run it... if we do that, simulate solar panel output. Yeah, we're perpetual with it off and with it on a day. So we can go down significantly smaller with it on 2 hours. 25 minutes. Okay. That's fine. And then with the avionics shut down, it's perpetual. Charging. Only by 3 watts, though. So it's pretty snug, although that is with all of the science on. So, you know. But if we take that, and we, this is all screwed up. There we go. So yeah, our delta V is still... Oh, and I didn't put in... Thought I hit... Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Darn it, I meant to snooze the ad, but I misclicked. So the ad is going to start in just a minute. I'll see everybody in a few minutes, and we'll come back to working on this design. Oh... Okay. I took a couple seconds when the ads were running, and I did kind of wrap up the top of this a little bit. I added an RCS tank, and I set up the fairing. So, like, I think this is it. And I think we have the Delta V for it. 12,400. So the question is then, can we figure out the script and the mission design to get ourselves into a lunar whatever. And that I have no idea. My general thought for the mission design, and I had some notes on this. Yeah, we should be able to do all the phase angle stuff from the ground, assuming we can match it all correctly. But, like, yeah, the phase angle thing is really the question. It's like, how... based on, and this is actually one we might need to do from orbit, because we kind of need to know from our final orbital altitude and moon's altitude, what is best phase angle, right? Because we're going to be burning, that's going to push our target Earth apoapsis out to a point where we reach the moon. And then I don't know. I mean, this is the launch into a specific longitude of ascending node is going to be, I think, the mathy part that I don't fully know, because that's where we just have to wait on the launch pad until it's like the right time of day, right? Where the moon is in whatever our LAN is going to be. Inclination might be a problem for direct ascent. Yes. We're launching from Cape Canaveral, and the moon's inclination is snug for that. If we do go into an orbit first, then we can do our plane change and our burn at the same time, right? We can burn up or down when we're yeah, inclination changes are expensive. This is true. So yeah, ideally, because with the Agena right now, we only have one spare ignition. That's going to be a major constraint on designing this mission, is doing it with one ignition. Because we're going to have one ignition that gets us into a circular orbit, and then we're going to have one more ignition to do the actual burn. So our first launch, which is going to burn the Atlas and one of the Agena ignitions, needs to get us into an orbit that's at the right inclination and at the right longitude of ascending node. And then from that mostly circular orbit, we want to be able to decide in orbit, based on where the moon is, in its own orbit, at what point do we need to burn. And then, yeah, the probe has some DV for final corrections. It's just RCS, but it should be enough. I gave it these, and this is not final design, obviously, it's very chunky. But I gave it these RCS thrusters, so it should be able to align itself, and then throttle up and use RCS to burn forward. I'm going to redesign this probe. This probe is super temporary. This was just like... This is about the right mass and about, you know, it has... Yeah. If we correct very early during the transfer, it should be able to do quite a bit. Yeah, exactly. It's just a matter of figuring out what our correction burn direction needs to be. Like, if we wait until we're in, the, quote-unquote, in the moon's sphere of influence, or at least when the game tells us that, then we get things like knowing what direction radial in is going to be and being able to, you know, again, point radial in, swing the orbit inward. Trying to do that from the Earth's sphere of influence is a pain. And if we had a, you know, better access to the predictive APIs of Principia, then we could we could figure out that direction and everything, but we just don't have access to them. I might be able to do a maneuver node. Maybe. But also, even if we wait until, you know, mid-course, when we're, you know, within the moon's sphere of influence, a very high-altitude radial in burn is still going to be pretty efficient to swing our orbit into an actual impact, right? As long as we're not blowing past the moon with way too much velocity, we'll be okay there. So yeah, the thought for the general shape of the mission was Atlas and one Agena burn to get us to a circular orbit, second Agena burn to get us on TLI and most of the way, hopefully, to an impact. And then do final corrections, you know, with RCS on the probe. And final corrections, again, I'm hoping I can get away with just, like, point radial in and fire. I'm not sure if I can actually get away with that, but that's the hope. And then the question is this 12,500 meters a second gonna be enough delta V? I can make this longer. Like, we're still within our rated burn times by quite a bit. But we're getting down to a pretty sad TWR here. Let's see, if I store pattern, load pattern, there we go. Doing the important things, making sure the colors match. The only other way to really make this any better is going to be to make this probe lighter. Which I should probably try to do. Like, this probably has way too much. We might not be on the crossing lines for inclination change when we're at the right phase angle. If we had a third ignition, then I would prefer to do it separately. I mean, trying to do a plane change when we're away from the ascending or descending nodes is always terrible. I mean, ideally we don't have to do the plane change, but, like, the moon's inclination is fickle, and we probably will have to think about that. We could absolutely just only fly the flight when the inclination is acceptable. Like, we can design around that. Let's grab something that's flying currently, just so we can look at some stuff. Oh yeah, this is a very... But, like, if we look at the moon... I see this from... Arcadia. That's not what I want. Let's get this into the sun. Okay. If I look at... Yeah, print moon.orbit. Print moon.orbit. Yeah, this is the problem. The moon's inclination currently being at 18 point whatever. And if we're coming off of KSC, we're going to be at an inclination of minimum 28, right? And the moon's orbit, the inclination does fluctuate. I don't know how well Principia models, like, the what's the word I'm looking for? The wobble of the Earth. So, like, that's gonna be part of you know, KOS is such a pain sometimes. What am I looking for? Let's grab the orbit structure. But I think So yeah, basically, even if we can't get into the same inclination as the moon, we at least need to launch into the same longitude of ascending node. And then we could adjust our inclination, burn. But the problem is that that's a third burn, and we don't have a third ignition on the Aegina. And plane changes are expensive. And then the other question is, like, even if we could launch into the same inclination and longitude of ascending node, how do we make sure that we are... How do we find our right phase angle for when we want to do the burn as well? That is... That is the other question. But yeah. The phase angle maths is pretty simple. Yeah. I mean, if we can assume that our burn caps out so that our apoapsis is basically our lunar impact, and I think it more or less rounds to that, then we know what our time to AP will be, and we know how many degrees the moon will burn in that... The moon will move in that time, more or less. It's not really a closed form solution for that, but that's okay. Yeah, and this is where not having the predictive APIs is super, super frustrating. Because if we had all the predictive APIs, we'd be able to be like, what is the moon's orbital position in, you know, so many days or whatever. But we could probably hard code something reasonable and have it more or less just work. Like, none of our burns are that precise, as it turns out, so... But... So yeah, I think... As far as this probe goes... One, I think this particular probe that I'm looking at right now, I'm pretty sure is done all of its science, and I can terminate it. But also, the as far as the moon probe, we need to get the Atlas script brought over, and we need to get the Aegina circularization script brought back in. How is this one doing? And then once we can get, like, into orbit pretty consistently, then we're going to need to add, you know, parameters for launching into a specific ascending node, etc. Okay, this thing looks like it's transmitted everything. You have no data? You have no data. Cool. Oh, whoops, I just flew right past the Earth. Oh, no. Oh, no. Max transmission rate. So this has signal right now. Yeah. Data, nothing. Auto, done. Okay, this one's done too. Sorry, I'm doing two things at once. I'm making sure all these satellites are, like, done with their science so I can terminate them, because they do slow down fast forwards when you have satellites going all the time in Principia. KH-1 probe we can terminate. That's not doing anything. And Explorer 1, how are you? I can't actually select you right now. That's an interesting bug. When you terminate a flight and you're down to 1, it will look like it's selected, but it won't really be selected. So you can't actually select it to fly it. This has got to be done. After, like, 3 years, surely it's transmitted everything by now. Well, has no battery, so... I went too far. Oh, no. Oh, God, it's still transmitting cosmic ray science. Still. Yeah, and every time this script is trying to restart... Oh, God, let's just turn this off. How much is actually left to transmit? Yeah, it looks like the issue is that we're just never getting... Yeah, this is still sitting on like 5 credits worth of science. I tried to leave it in a state where it was gonna, like, work, but that has been a challenge with this probe. Oh, whoops, hitting the wrong button. Alright, yeah. Can I... Toggle power. Don't know if it's on or off, but hopefully it's off. Yeah, so this is just trying to run the cosmic ray. It is transmitting. The issue, I think, is that at this point these solar panels are so worn out. that it can no longer power itself to transmit this data. I think I just need to terminate this and accept that I'm not getting that 5 science anytime soon, and I'll have to put maybe the cosmic ray science on a different probe. I mean, it's a like 3-year-old probe, 2.5 years old or something. It's, yeah, 870 days. I think we're going to be okay without that 5 science, especially since we have multiple science flights coming up. Let's go back to morning. Oh. All right. So let's write some code. Let's start working on oh, I've got Atlas Old right here. Beautiful. I don't know if I need to actually change this. This might be fine. Like, do we just use the same Atlas script that we used before? Yeah, this has got a whole bunch of the math. Oh, this one uses this AP prograde function. Yeah. Which is in... Yeah, this one uses the node, but I think that's fine. And that's there. Okay, so if I make a new... Here. Let's see. Our target altitude is going to be... I don't even care. Let's say 400,000. Our target inclination is moon orbit inclination. And then... sorry, no. We want the min... No. The max of the moon's inclination and our... Yeah, we can wait on the ground. I'm just looking for one of these where I actually use... There we go, ship latitude. Okay, so that's what we want. And actually, I could do this. But the problem is that we could be sitting on the ground for the better part of a year, depending on what season it is when we try to launch. So I think we do need to accept the plane change is going to happen. If we accept that the plane change is going to happen, then all we really need well, so we're going to launch into... What do I need? Heading is launch azimuth. Yeah. Don't think I have... Yeah, I don't have circularize in here. I'll need to copy that from the old code. That's fine. Okay. So here we need some, like, wait until lunar land matches what ours will be based on launch. Launch time, longitude of ascending node. The absolute longitude of our launch, well, not exactly, because we're not on... So for KSP in the Kerbin system, the LAN is the absolute longitude of KSC when you launch, because it's on the equator. For us, depending on our inclination, we need to figure out how many degrees behind us our equatorial crossing will be. Or ahead of us, for that matter. Doesn't it depend on our inclination? Because if our inclination is 90 degrees, then our longitude of ascending node is basically our absolute longitude at launch. And as we get closer and closer, to... Right, the more tilted up our orbit is, the closer it is to KSC, where we cross the equator. And the more we tilt, the further behind us the cross of the equator is. This would be much easier if I had a picture. Let's make a picture. Create new image. Yep, whiteboard stream. Let's switch tool capture over to GIMP. There we go. Okay. So if we've got a planet, right? And we're launching from... Sorry, this is going to be awful. I'm drawing with a mouse. So we're going to have the equator, right? And our launch site is, like, up here somewhere. So if we're launching into, like, a polar orbit, right? Our longitude of ascending node is, like, right below us. But if we're launching into a more inclined orbit, you could see that our longitude of ascending node is further behind us. So what we need to do is calculate, based on our target inclination... Gimp should add those bird sounds, really relaxing. Yeah. Based on our target inclination, we need to figure out what the LAN of that orbit would be. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Can I, like copy from here? Can I, like, just paste this into Markdown and have it work? How smart is IntelliJ? Not that smart. Let's switch back to code, then. If I can find it. Okay. So if we look at our maths code... So assuming a certain inclination from 90 degrees, it would be our current longitude, basically. Higher than the moon's inclination. Yeah, well, most of the time. The moon's inclination can go up to like 40, but only at certain times of year. It depends on the, because the moon orbits in the ecliptic and the Earth wobbles, the moon's inclination is actually variable. And when I read that earlier this week, I cried a little bit. Yeah, we should pretty much be launching as far east as we can. Our inclination will be our latitude, basically. So we have... I'm trying to think about the trigonometry here and how it... And then our land would be 90 degrees behind. Oh, maybe it would be. If we're burning due east, then yes, our land would be 90 degrees behind us. KSC would be the highest point if we burn due east. Yes? Maybe. That makes sense. All right, yeah, we'll try that. We'll see how close it gets us. It makes sense, but it seems too easy. But... the question is, can I get the... So I can get the our current longitude, right? And I can subtract 90, and that's fine. But that's not our absolute longitude, right? The absolute longitude also depends on, like, the time of day. Earth... time of day, absolute longitude. All right, Google. Longitude, blah, 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 blah. From a reference, yeah. What is the reference point for the longitude of the ascending node on Earth? First point of Aries is the origin of longitude. How do I calculate that? The location of the March equinox used as a reference point. Oh, so the LAN won't even be great. So how do I actually calculate this, then? Like, I know my current longitude. I know the moon's longitude of ascending node. How do I know what time matches up? There is a rotation angle. Number of degrees between the solar prime vector why did that come here? Solar prime, arbitrary vector. Okay. Terms of degrees from this. Okay, cool. This is what I need. So I need to wait until rotation angle plus or minus, because signs are always hard. But it's something like wait until Earth minus ship longitude well, we want to say until it's equal to moon orbit LAN, but really what we want is like the absolute value of this minus this is less than some epsilon. And I know that this is not correct KOS code. Right? So we take the Earth rotation angle, and we... Yes, you're right. Subtract 90. And I guess having that extra parens doesn't really matter. All right. So yeah, if the Earth rotation angle is... Probably it should be a mod 3. No, it should be an ABS. Well... It should end up close to 0. and potentially negative, right? Because this is effectively our, like, let current LAN yeah. So, like, and then set LAN diff to right, and if our current LAN is slightly ahead or slightly behind, that's okay, like within epsilon, right? So if ABS of LAN diff yeah, we want an absolute value here because we're dealing with a difference. This might need to be made longitude of ascending node is... I don't know if longitude of ascending node is plus or minus 180, or if it's 0 to 360. So yeah, that's the question, is does this need to be mod 360 here? And then this part is fine. Orbit LAN, longitude of ascending node. Yeah. Mathematics. Value, blah, 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 blah. That's not helpful. Reference frames, degrees. I swear I had just seen something that talked about angles. And now I can't find it. All right, true anomaly is 0 to 360 for a closed orbit. So I assume longitude of ascending node is also 0 to 360. Okay. So yeah, we want this to be mod 360 then. Because if it's negative, we want it to always be a positive angle. I think. All right. Cool. So yeah, we want like... That would do it. Because ship longitude will never be more than negative 180. Rotation angle will be 0 to 360. So we'll be at most minus 270. So this whole expression will be at most negative 270 plus 360. And then mod. Yep, that's fine. I don't know. I don't trust it. Yeah, it returns negative numbers. We don't want a negative number. We want a positive mod. Yeah, this is not Euclidean division. Do we have a separate, like, remainder function? No. Yep. Well, it's your typical integer math. As someone who's done a lot more programming than math, this is what I expect, which is why I, like, knew how to fix it. But... okay. So then we need to do... well, actually, we're going to do this. Wait until target LAN of moon orbit LAN. Then if we go into common... all right. Local current LAN is this whole thing. Local LAN diff. Let's see. .1 degrees? Do we... I don't know how close we really care about hitting the LAN. Yeah. All right, so if we look at this, we're not going to do this target inclination. We're just going to burn east. So we do this. And then we need to do the Agena circularized burn. And then... I mean, pretty much here, we just, we stop and we check to see if our LAN actually matches the moon's, or if we're way off somehow. What I need to do in this wait until target LAN, though, is, like... how... each degree on Earth is 4 minutes, right? So... I'm trying to figure out if I can, do this in, like, a fast-forward-y kind of way, where, like, depending on the delta... yeah, you know what? All right. Wow, we're already 3 hours into this stream. Jeez. So if we do this, and then we can do, like, if abs of, you know, let's just do it here. Built a linear function using both rates makes it trivial to wait until the 0. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Because, yeah, we have... Well, actually, we know our current diff, right? So we should be able to do, like... minutes to wait equals land diff divided by 4. Except when this is negative, in which case it needs to be made big. I hate this. So again, this would be mod local LAN weight. There we go. Well, yeah. You know, if we just missed it, the worst case thing we do is we sit on the launch pad and we fast forward for a day, right? So, like, screw it. Current LAN... Okay. And then warp 2 now plus minutes to wait times 60. That's just not how that warp works, is it? Where's something that does some warping? Oh, this doesn't use warp 2. Yeah, all of these are doing, like, manual warp control. Yeah, here we go, warp 2. It is, okay. It's just a function, not a... minus, I don't know, 10 seconds. No. Local... Don't call it wait, Brandon. Target is now minus that. Warp until target minus 10 seconds. Wait until time now greater than target. Okay. I'm not sure that I have all of my, like, negative signs correct in this. I need to stop and think through that and maybe draw some pictures again. But Twitch is yelling at me to run an ad, and I'm going to let it do that. I'm going to stretch my legs and get some more water real quick. When we come back, we'll double-check our signs, and then we'll see if we can fly this thing. Yep, I'll see folks in just about 3 minutes. If I'm following, we'll now be in orbits with aligned lands but differing in inclination. So we could match planes on the DN and finally boost the AP. Right. The issue with doing it that way, whoops, wrong screen, is that we don't have enough ignitions on Agena. Which, like, could be fine if we don't use Agena as our TLI stage and we use a solid or something. Or maybe we can do one or both, one of those steps with RCS, but with only 2 ignitions for Aegina, we have like a circularization and a TLI burn, and that's it. We do them both at once. Is unfortunately kind of the answer. If the phase angle works out, then we're able to do our plane change near enough to the descending or ascending node, right? Otherwise, yeah. This is why I was trying to find how Ranger 3 Moon. Yeah. Like, we can just wait, and we could even plan our launch time so we don't actually have to wait, like, on the pad forever, but, wait until the phase angle is such that we can get away with our ascending node being where we want it to be. Ranger launch profile. How about this? Yeah, I know. Ranger 3 TLI. What can I find here? NASA Technical Report 32563, the Ranger 3 flight path and its determination from tracking data. Let's download that. I don't know if it's exactly what we're going to want, but it might help. I don't want to open that in my browser. All right, let's flip over to that window. All right. Welcome. Welcome to NASA. Published 1965. Definition of the miss parameter. This might not give us what we need. This might only cover stuff like after. Good tracking data, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is later, and it looks like it's focused just on stuff after. So this is not what I'm looking for, unfortunately. Ranger 3, Trans, Gina. Yeah, the scan did not do well with this, some of these charts. This looks like it was faxed at one point before it was scanned. Yeah, I'm trying to find... And I'm sure it's somewhere in some NASA archive. But... Because, yeah, ultimately... I mean, if we could just wait and time our launch such that our AN or DN is gonna be, you know, about right for our lunar phase angle, then we're fine, right? So maybe that's all we have to do, is that's our launch window. Our launch window is that our ascending node has to be the right lunar phase angle. Which, like, that's a transfer once a month, right? Like, that's worst case, we have to skip ahead a month to get to our launch window. So that's fine, I guess. So if we think of it that way, like, that's just the plan. Which I think is what was done just kind of commonly, right? Maybe I could find something if I search for, like, Ranger program launch windows. No. Lunar launch windows. Maybe there's something about, like, Apollo launch windows. This is interesting. not everything that we need, but... Like, this is showing these, like, 5-hour windows, right? Which is quite a ways away from necessarily having the right LAN. These, like, 4-hour windows. But this was direct descent, right? I'm actually not super familiar with the Apollo launch launch windows and how they were done. But I mean, if the LAN can be off by that much and still potentially achieve, like, again, this is a 4-hour launch window, and that would be off by potentially what is it, 4 minutes per degree? So 60 degrees? That seems huge. So yeah, Apollo did a few orbits and then a TLI burn, right? So they must be relying on Here's a question. If I'm not targeting the moon's inclination to begin with, do I even need to care about the moon's LAN? Like, all I care about is that we're at the right phase angle to my ascending node, right? And then I do the single burn at my ascending node that's, you know, slightly out of plane, so we get enough delta V, right? So that's how they can get away with these, is because what they care about is their phase angle after 2 or 3 orbits. And because they have multiple orbits, they have this 4-hour window, and they're in a, you know, whatever that, you know, 190 kilometer orbit or whatever, 200 kilometer orbit. So they can, if they're a little bit early or a little bit late, they just have a few less of those orbits before they can fire the Right. No. We do care about inclination, but all we care about, because we're not launching into the target inclination initially, all we care about is the moon's phase angle relative to our own ascending node, right? Because we want to do our burn at either our ascending node or our descending node. And we'll do a plane change at the same time that we do our AP raise, and that gets us to the moon. Although, no, if we're not in the right LAN, and we do that, will we end up in the right... We'll end up at the right inclination and the right AP, but we could still miss it with our inclination being misaligned. Right. Yeah, I'm having trouble thinking about this in 3 dimensions and thinking about all the orbital mechanics of it. So yeah, we need to do plane change at AN or DN, and that's fine. And ideally... Right, unless you plan a precise intercept using 2 separate planes. Yeah, we want our... We want to have the right phase angle at AN or DN so that we can do the plane change and the TLI simultaneously, right? That's what we need. We need 1 burn at an AN or a DN. And that means that our... My question was, do we need to care about the LAN? And I think the answer is yes, we do still need to care about the LAN in that case. I'm just surprised that Apollo can get away with a 4-hour launch window, because that's very far from the moon's LAN, right? That's a 60-minute or 60-degree... Right, LAN is a good way of aligning the nodes. Because, like, Apollo didn't have multiple plane change maneuvers. They did 1 thing up to orbit, and then 1 out to the moon, right? There's 2 burns. So, clearly they were able to do it with these 4-hour launch windows, which would mean that they're, you know, plus or minus 30 degrees. I'm going to assume the center of the launch window is the LAN. And maybe the plane changes are... I mean, plane changes are going to be less efficient. Yeah, was there a dog leg in Apollo launches? Oh, I found this ESA white paper. From August of 2000. The Luna 2 mission profile. Yeah, so that was direct ascent. Rangers, here we go. Five surveyors. Figure 2 shows the Apollo mission profile. 160-kilometer low Earth orbit. Perform the TLI. Reach out for about... I know, but... I think it's a Molnia direct ascent, actually. No, use the Molnia rockets. But yeah, it's a high altitude direct ascent, which we can do, right? That's a question. If we do... Without orbit protection, it seems hard to nail. Yes. Yes. We have... I think we have one thing ahead of us. So we can, like... I think we can see when our orbit hits the moon. Right. Optimize your burn, blah, blah, blah. Yep. I mean, if we can pre-calculate our launch time and our launch window, then we can just go. But that sounds, again, really hard to nail, like you said. Yeah, it's simple maths-wise, but it needs that extra burn. And we just don't have... we don't have the tech for 3 burns. We have 2 burns. Yeah, let's see. Direct ascent... Trans-lunar injection. Ooh. Injection conditions for lunar trajectories, November 1965. Oh. Paper reviews the mechanics of Earth-to-Moon trajectories as affected by geometric considerations and booster capabilities. It formulates and describes the equations for a computed procedure which, using the two-body equations of motion, provides approximate initial injection conditions near the Earth for either a fixed time of arrival at the Moon or a fixed time of flight to the Moon. Hey! Consideration of multiple circular parking orbits, arbitrary injection elevation angles, arbitrary launch site, and booster burning characteristics are taken into account. Elliptical Earth-to-Moon transfer trajectory with respect to the Earth, which intersects with the Moon before AP. Additional computer program having the equations programmed in Fortran is available. All right, we just have to port Fortran to KerbaScript. This might be the paper I've been looking for. This sounds like the paper I've been looking for. Okay. Let's see here. Using 2, blah, blah, blah. Intended for use as a first guess in generating precision trajectories. And that's okay, because we can do corrections, and we can, like... we can verify that we're actually hitting, you know, various, like, checkpoints in the script, right? And we can tweak things as we go. Builds on and extends the work of references 2 to 4. Ooh, there's more references. Lunar trajectories, blah, blah, blah. Nomenclature. Components. Launch time, hours. Number of days from... Interesting. Okay, that's a different epoch that I'm used to, but sure, I can subtract 10 years from things. Unit vector to the Moon. Time of impact at the moon hours. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, we're going to have to refer to all of this. That's a lot of... In general, there are 2 requirements that must be met. Vehicle be launched into a plane that is common to the launch site at launch time and the moon at impact time. Okay. So this is what you were talking about doing the 2-plane intersection, right? Where, like, we're in a different plane than the moon, but we're going to cross the moon at a certain point, and we know that they'll be in the right place when we do that. And this is, I think, how the Soviets did it with their highly inclined orbits, right? They had no choice but to do this 2-plane intersection thing. Second requirement, a specific angular relationship must exist in the plane between the center of Earth and launch site and the line of centers of Earth and moon. I don't fully understand what they're saying about this second requirement. The plane between the center of Earth and the launch site and the line. This comes about. What they're saying is you have to launch at a certain phase angle because your booster only has certain stuff that it can do. I think that's what they're saying, which is they're just saying it in a profoundly confusing way. In general, for any given launch, there are 2 times a day a vehicle may be launched, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, here we go. Direct launch versus... Right. In general, for any given launch... Right, read that sentence, sorry. There are 2 possible methods for leaving the surface of the Earth and going into the vicinity of the moon. The first is a lunar injection from a direct launch. The second is a lunar injection from a parking orbit. These trajectories are shown in Figure 1. So, with 2 burns on the Agena, we can do it from a parking orbit. That's important. And this paper... Yeah, we'll focus on parking orbit. Cool. It will also be restricted to an elliptical Earth-to-Moon transfer trajectory with respect to the Earth, which intersects the Moon before AP. Right, that was from the... Provide time to check various systems, blah, blah, blah. Time of launch into proper plane. One of the requirements that must be satisfied. Vehicle be launched into a plane that is common to the launch site at the time of launch and the moon at the time of impact. This plane may be defined if the declination of the launch site, the launch azimuth, the position of the moon at the desired day and time of impact are given. In addition, the times of launch per day into the plane may be found if the longitude of the launch site and the desired day of launch are known. Consider the geocentric coordinate system. Oh god. Okay, XYZ, sure. Why aren't we doing this in spherical coordinates? Right, unit vectors IJK, sure. The unit vector RL is directed to the launch site at time of launch TL on the launch day DL, and the unit vector RM is directed toward the moon at the time of impact TM on the day of impact DM. The plane that contains both unit vectors has an inclination angle I at the equator and an azimuth angle AL at the launch site. The launch site is defined by the right ascension and declination. The unit vector W W.RM. Examining, it is seen that the launch, declination, and the position of the moon at impact define two planes that are fixed in space. Launch into these planes is possible when the launch site on the rotating Earth passes through the planes, and the launch azimuth is in the plane. This occurs in general twice each day. Figure 3 is intended to clarify. Does this clarify? Right, so that's our launch declination. Launch site at first launch plane. And then around the other way, there's a second launch plane. Oh, yeah. Let me get this sent over. Sorry about that. Is this the one? 1966. There you go. Yeah, to moon at impact. Launch site, that's the first. That's the second. Okay, so I could see how we have two different planes. Not understanding much of this math at 2 a.m. I'm not understanding much of this math at 5 p.m., so... I might have to read this 2 or 3 times off stream and, like, absorb it. Okay, no. I understand this. I understand this now. So what we have is we have two different places where we can launch from. Okay. This, what it calls the first launch site at first launch and launch site at second launch. Those two orbital planes intersect at what will be the periapsis opposite to the direction of the moon. So we burn, our TLI burn is at the same place. Okay. That makes sense. Understood. Okay. So all we really need to do is wait until, for our given inclination, which will be, you know, again, we'll say it's the minimum of Or sorry, the maximum. Yeah. Our latitude or the moon's inclination, because sometimes the moon does go a little north of KSC, so we do still have to do that. From that inclination, we'll have... We just have to wait until our orbital plane intersects with where the moon will be based on our specific orbital energy, and we'll have to do some math to figure out how long it'll actually take to travel to the moon, and say, you know, the moon 3 days from now, you know, whatever that is in phase angle. Okay, this is starting to make sense. The plane intersection problem makes sense. It's more math, but I think once I figure out the math, it's gonna be a much more efficient launch than trying to do any sort of plane change or anything. And we just don't have the tech to do anything. Let's see, the radius to the launch site is, yeah, all of these things. We can always peek at the Fortran code, yeah. Equations 8 and 9 may be solved simultaneously so that the right ascension at time of launch may be found. So this is part of what we care about. This does make sense to me, which blows my mind. Yeah, 0 hours UT. Position of the launch site. Yeah. Summary, the time of launch without a plane change may be found with the launch declination, longitude, and azimuth at the time of launch, which we'll know all of that, as well as the position of the moon at the time of impact. So that's the other thing, is that we have to figure out what our expected, like, time of impact is. And that's going to be, you know, so many days out based on our burn, right? And we're going to have to do some math around that, around getting the moon's orbital parameters. But that's fine. Once the launch time is established, the vehicle can be launched into the proper plane, blah, blah, blah. The moon passes through the plane at the position denoted, yep. In order to impact the moon, the vehicle must arrive at the proper position at the right time. Right. Since a parking orbit... Right. How much can we do before launch is the question. And I think what we need to do is we need to estimate this, and then we need to fine-tune at launch, right? So, like, we're gonna say in the script, you know, we think that we need to be in this plane, and then it's gonna get itself into, like, a specific orbit, and then it's going to have to, you know, because our orbit isn't going to be exact, we're going to be, our orbital energy will be a little different, our altitude won't be precise. We'll have to run some parts of the program in real time to say, okay, our actual periapsis is going to be this, so for our transfer time to be correct, we need our apoapsis to now be tweaked a little bit, right? Since a circular parking orbit will be assumed, can be expressed, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, this assumes that you want to launch a little bit early and then spend some time in the parking orbit, which I think we can totally do. Yeah, so this is, I mean, this is it, right? This is what we want to see. We get ourselves into a circular orbit, we wait, and then we burn. And what we care about is this... Yeah. Yeah, we could time warp through a parking orbit. Exactly. Okay. I'm starting to understand this. There's a lot of math here that I don't necessarily want to go through fully right now. Oh, this is interesting. Multiple parking orbit solutions. Oh yeah, derivations, and then flow diagram. Oh, cool. This is not code, but it's funny. I don't know if the Fortran is actually in this paper. I might have to... I'm not sure if the citations are in this PDF either. That's not good. Oh no, references. They're before the appendices. Okay. Before the appendices. All right, here we go. References. Here we go. JPL Technical Report 3230. Design of lunar and interplanetary ascent trajectories. And NASA Technical Note D938. Effects of some typical geometrical constraints on lunar trajectories. These are ones that were mentioned way up at the start as being specifically about the moon and not just like general orbital mechanics stuff. So that will be important. Okay, so yeah, I think this is what we need to do. I think it needs to be this planar intersection solution, and hopefully we can do it on the launch pad. Like, obviously in these papers they talk about pre-computing things because the idea of running Fortran on your rocket was absurd in, 1960 whatever. But this is 2025, and this is a video game. So, I think we can run this on the launch pad, right? And we can calculate based on, where the moon is right now, figure out all of our orbital parameters. Running Fortran on my rocket still sounds absurd in 2025, but for different reasons. Yep. That is very true. Okay. I'm starting to understand this. I am gonna need to do more math, obviously. But I think... as long as our orbit is low enough, we're going to have an orbital period of, an hour or two, right? And the moon... I mean, that's part of the question, right? Is how close do we have to be on... I mean, surely we can be within a couple of hours, right? The moon moves 360 degrees in 28 days. So it moves like half a degree in an hour. Like, I think that's within the realm of our mid-course correction burn, right? Parking orbit will be much faster than the window size. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to think about, like, how big is the moon? What's the circumference of the moon's orbit versus the diameter of the moon? Like, how many degrees wide is the moon? But as long as our parking orbit is low enough, it doesn't matter. So yeah, all we have to do then is make sure that we launch into a parking orbit where its gravity will help with aiming for you. Yep. So all we have to do is launch into a parking orbit that is approximately correct. Cool. Okay. I'm understanding some of this. So all we really need to do is figure out what... And we could probably even pre-compute this and figure out, like, our relative to the moon's current angle, like, how far out do we want to be? Sorry, I'm not using my words well. Just have a launch phase angle that we pre-calculate, right? But we could also just do that calculation on the ground. I don't think it's too hard. Okay. I want to look at a couple of the references from this too, at some point. Wonder if I can find these other NASA technical notes. NASA D938. Effects of some typical geometric... Oh, look at that. There's the PDF. Man, I love it when I can find stuff. And the other one I wanted was JPL 32-30. Might not be able to find that one. Not easily. Apparently there's a paper copy of it at the Princeton Library. Oh, here, I'll share this link as well for this ESA page. All right, let me see if I can find this design of lunar and interplanetary Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Did I find it? No. I found an index of the Smithsonian Institution's collection. Okay, there's a DOI number. Here we go. And if there's a DOI number, I can acquire it. Okay. If I can't find a proper open link to that, I'm not gonna just toss around the PDF. But I trust that everyone knows various ways of acquiring things with DOI numbers. There are the legal way might just be to wander into the library at your nearest university, and they might have access for non-students to some of this stuff. Cool. So I'm gonna have to find that that JPL page still. Looking at this other one, let's take a look at this other NASA doc. New window. Yeah, so this is 1961. So this will be an earlier... Like, this would have been from probably Ranger, the Ranger program. So this is dated to, like, the technology that I actually have available to me in-game. Hey, this looks like it's all actually done in spherical coordinates instead of going back and forth between 3D space and spherical coordinates. I'm gonna bet in this paper, this one that mentioned the Fortran code, I bet they have some linear algebra library that they're using, so it makes sense for them to convert to XYZ instead of spherical coordinates, whereas this almost certainly predates anything like that, so it would have been custom. But, like, the gist of what this paper is getting at, this, talking about the plane intersection solution, like, I think it's reasonable, right? All we have to do is figure out our, you know, we're going to have an estimated circular parking orbit, right? We're going to have an estimated transfer time, and from those two things, we have to determine a we need to determine our phase angle for our TLI burn, and then from that phase angle, make sure that our plane ends up intersecting that point. Obviously, the easiest way to make sure that our orbital plane intersects a given point is to, well, I guess there's two ways. One is to do a polar orbit, but that's wasteful. The other, I guess, is if we know our... I'm gonna have to think about it. You know, we need to figure out, you know, the moon will be... Right. So for a given launch day, we say the moon... The computation that I think the script needs to do on the launch pad. It gets on the launch pad, it says, where's the moon right now? Where's the moon going to be in approximate transfer time away? And that means that we're going to have to do some math on what approximate transfer time looks like, whatever. So it figures that out. It figures out, you know, that point. And then based on the inclination that we're going to be in, which is going to be our, you know, 38-degree orbit, it needs to figure out what our longitude of ascending node needs to be for our orbit to touch the lunar orbit, right? And there's going to be that one point that it touches at where the moon is going to be. And then we figure out what time we need to launch to do that. You know, as long as we can be within a couple of hours, I think the math will work fine. I'm not sure how big the windows actually are. And then when we execute the actual maneuver, you know, that's purely a pushing out, you know, it's a purely pro-grade burn, and we can rely on in-game stuff when we do that burn for us to basically say, you know, stop burning when we have an intercept, right? So as long as we can get within whatever number of degrees or fractions of degrees of the right orbital plane, and then get within the right orbital plane, and then figure out our burn time, or our sort of instantaneous burn position, as the opposite point on the orbit of the intercept, and then we just have to burn for, again, until the game tells us that we've made an intersect. The only time this would be an issue would be if the when the moon is above KSC, we can't just go right into a normal KSC burn east orbit. We need a we need to calculate our LAN differently because we need to go into a higher inclination orbit. I guess we could always go into like a 45-degree parking orbit and just accept that extra delta V cost so that our program only has one code path. You know, if we can figure out the longitude of ascending node for a 45-degree parking orbit from KSC. All right, well, Twitch is yelling at me to start ads again. Ugh, how has it already been an hour? I'm going to let ads run, and then I think when I come back, let's actually fly some rockets. Let's get some more science. Take a break from min the launch inclination using latitude and moon inclination. Yeah, that requires doing more math, though. I was trying to, like, simplify it enough that we could hard-code it. Anyway, when we come back, let's actually fly some of these science rockets. We're still quite a bit of tech away from the lunar launch, so we don't have to fully solve this today. I think we've found some great references. I think we've made some good progress. But my brain already hurts, and I want to see some rockets fly. So let's do some of that stuff. Let's maybe do some mission design for some of the other these guys, the infrared radiometry and the Cherenkov radiation satellites. And maybe we'll take a break from all of this lunar math for a little bit. All right, ads are starting. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Okay, let's actually fly some rockets. I think we can just warp to this KH-1 being done, and then I'll queue up the next one after it's... Oh, did I kill all of my current... I thought I killed all the satellites. Let me double check that I did. Yeah, I did. Alright. There's only so much you could do to keep Principia performant after, you know, a decade of... let's see... Duplicate, so we'll get another one of those going. Because we are going to have to do a bunch of the science. And then we can roll this one out. Alright. I'm pretty sure this script just works, if I remember from last week. So, hopefully I didn't mess with any of the pieces that this relies on. And... let's see, we need to pin this. We need to pin this. I believe those are the only things we need to pin. And then I don't remember when this regains control. Soonish. I think it's around 45 seconds or so. Oh, there we go. 50 seconds before AP. All right, and this intentionally, I talked about this last week, but we don't fast forward during this phase because we want the, we need more precision, basically. We need our orbit to come in pretty close to our target, so. This actually would also be a perfectly fine TLI orbit. At about 160 kilometers. What just happened? Yeah, well, that's because it was trying to push its orbit down, I think. Target alt is 150. Okay. Wait until orbit altitude is greater than target altitude. And orbit altitude is this mess, which tries to say that this is all stupid, is what this is. You know what I should be doing? And this was a real flight, not a test flight, so I'm gonna let it, well, I guess we're not trying to achieve the contract, so it'll still get science. There's no sense killing it. May as well let it run. Turn Shatterer off. Oh. Sorry about that. I was looking at the code and then I flipped back and decided to fast forward it. All we're doing is fast forwarding this. We should still get science from it, so think, I don't know, it might or might not be able to, it should still be able to deorbit itself, I think. We just kind of have to wait for it to either run out of film or run out of battery, and then it will deorbit itself. Yep, there we go, depleted. And it's going to try to come back in. And I know why this failed, and I realize that I'm being stupid with the orbit here, so we should just change how we're doing that code. All right, well, that was a very dark return, but hopefully this makes it into the atmosphere successfully. This is a real heat shield, so it does have a blader. Nope. All right, that was coming in way too hot, apparently. For a Mercury era heat shield. Yeah. Okay, let's fix the code for this so that we're not doing stupid things. So this needs to be just like what I used to have. Which is, instead of doing this wait until orbit altitude is greater than target alt, we want to do this wait until ship orbit velocity is greater than circular velocity. And that should get us to a roughly circular orbit. And then I had some other code previously, and I need to add the circular velocity function. There we go. That should get us to a vaguely circular orbit. Let's actually call this orbit instead of... what we could also do when we have a real Aegina that has better RCS is rely on the RCS to fine-tune our orbit a little more, but this is not a real Aegina, and it does not have great RCS. So... this will just cut off as soon as our velocity is high enough that we're more or less circular, and we're not even going to try to fine-tune it. Don't think we even need the target altitude anymore in that case. No. Okay. So this should be better. This should be less stupid, really. Is it should just keep pushing out our orbital velocity. instead of trying to do this weird stuff with like our figuring out which side of AP and PE is further out and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. Not useful. I should leave that. We might still be using it in the able script. But I think in here, this is a smarter way to try to go circular. But we're going to have to build another one of those rockets to find out. Let's... All right, yeah, we've already got another one. Warp to morning. We've already got another one queued up. Let's just do a test flight with this changed script and just make sure that I didn't break it, and let's see it do what it needs to do. Oh, nope, of course not. Would have been too easy if it worked the first time. Not allowed to make... Oh. Of course, I can't call it orbit. That would be the name of something else. I could call the entry in my Lex orbit, though. I just have to give it another name for the actual function. I mean, the first stage script is identical, so we should see this get itself up to whatever orbit it ends up in. And then hopefully the Aegina stage will get itself into a reasonably circular orbit after that. All right, we're going to drift for just a few more seconds. And it should come back online right about now. And I should grab the PAWs that I need for this thing to actually work right. And I should mute Chatterer while I'm thinking about it. Oh, we had a bonk. Wait until ship orbit velocity and scalar. Ship orbit velocity. Oh, mag. I missed another. Ugh. I want the magnitude of the velocity, not the vector form. Okay. Let's revert one more time. All right, this is coming up on... All right, burnout, hosting. It's both. You can get it from the velocity structure and get your orbital velocity, or you can get it from the orbit structure. I think it's in 2 different places. Nope. Unless I'm wrong. Because it did just bonk on me again. So maybe you're right. Maybe I did get it backwards. Open terminal. Ship. Orbitable velocity. Okay, I do have an orbitable velocity structure. Okay, so yes, it's both, but it's also not both. We get the orbit. Wherever that is. And that has a velocity, and that's the same as ship velocity. Okay. So it's in 2 different places, but I still need the orbit here. Is that what the old code did? Ship velocity orbit mag. Yeah, that is what the old code did. Okay. So yes, this also works, which is silly. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and that's because it's an orbitable, right? So velocity comes from orbitable, but it also comes from the orbit. That makes sense. Yeah, that is absolutely true. The orbital parameters are a little weird and where they're available from. But I guess that comes from the orbit structure basically just being, you know, KSP's internal representation of an on-rails object. Alright, let's see if this manages to get itself into a vaguely circular orbit. It doesn't need to be super circular, I just want to see it, like, succeed at this mission. Other missions will need more circular things, but this one doesn't. This isn't even for a contract, this is just to get science, so... Oop, Chatterer! Alright, and now it's depleted, and it realigns itself. Okay, cool. That worked. And that's a totally reasonable orbit that this heat shield should be able to survive a return from. .001 eccentricity without even fine-tuning the orbit with RCS. Not bad. Alright. And then this thing is going to have to flip itself around, and it should be able to. I just want to confirm that this rocket, or that this return pod is still, like, able to return. The PE was very close to atmosphere. Yeah, it was. It was a little higher when we started, but... Yeah, okay, we're not having the temperature spike issues that we had in the previous return from higher altitude. Where are we coming in, by the way? Oh, all right. The Arctic. All right, we don't have to watch the rest of this. We're going to see it for real soon. Cool. So this should be able to do what it needs to do. We should be able to launch another one and actually return the science this time. And then... What else is coming up? Oh, with the Spaceflight Era Science, we're going to have a couple more ships to design. Infrared radiometry. This one shouldn't be too hard to do. We just need to make sure that we get our PE high enough. But I think... Yeah, I mean, possibly a Thor Able. Certainly, I think a Thor Regina can do it, but... A Thor Able boosting into a higher PE... with a solid kick stage, as long as we can keep the AP, you know. Although, with an eccentricity target, I'd maybe rather do it with a purely liquid second stage. And then Cherenkov beyond LEO. This is basically get up to higher orbit and just kick whatever solid we can that's big enough to push this thing up to this ridiculous eccentricity, right? I don't know if we have the delta V for that kind of eccentricity with without a solid kick. But these are the two that are coming up that we should be able to do with our current rocket tech once we hit this early human spaceflight era science here. All right, and we have early human spaceflight era science done. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to duplicate this guy. Yeah, our reputation decay is definitely going to be a problem soon. So we will want to try to fly those contracts, but they are... Oh, early flight control. Oh, yeah. Early flight control is this one. Yeah, I want that. I want that. That's important. That's in the queue. Okay. Yes. So let's launch these guys, and let's try to get this science done, and then after that it will be we should be able to fly some contracts and get science at the same time. That would be the goal. That might be next week at this point, though. It has been almost a 5-hour stream already, so I may wrap up after flying this and the next one. Just, you know, however much science we can get from the cameras, and then we'll next week we have the techs unlocked, so we can jump right into getting those rockets for those contracts built and flown. And spend some more time thinking about the Lunar script now that I've found some good sources and I just need to read the papers 2 or 3 times to understand them. All right, and we're doing about a minute at 4x, so about 15 seconds, probably a little bit more. I see this flashing orange every once in a while, which means we're not quite hitting the full fast forward speed, but that's okay. All right, and then this is again, this script right now is just using Vis Viva to just guesstimate its velocity, right? So there's nothing. It is not the most precise thing in the whole wide world, but it should pretty much do the job. And again, this burn is slow because it has to be able to turn itself off when it hits target orbit. Shatterer! Oh no! I also didn't open the chute. Oh, good. This is depleted. So I think that if I just open this, it'll figure itself out. Yep, alright. So this thing should have... I don't know. We're not connected. But it should have a bunch of science on it. I think something a little over 10 or 12 was what I mathed out last time. Where are we coming in today? We are coming in over the Arctic again. For some reason, we seem to like those. Looking good. Blader is ablating. Temperature is going up, but not too quickly. $5,500. 5,000 meters a second. I would like you to slow down a little further, a little faster. Okay, the overheat is going down. So I think we're good at this point. Wow. That was I guess a relatively shallow entry. That burned up a lot. That's the most ablator I think I've ever seen burned on one of these. There we go. Yes, this was the real launch. We're gonna do one more of these back to back just to get a little more of the science from these from this camera. I could probably even do a third one back to back, but science recovered. Oh, 21. Okay, that's like twice as much as I thought we were going to get. Cool. So I think I don't need crew survivability. Let's start with early human, this thing. Because we get better fairings and... Oh, the engineer efficiency upgrade, which will be nice. Oh, we don't get, like, a general tank upgrade here. That's too bad. But yeah, we'll start with this one. And then we need to grab crew survivability and basic capsules. So that's 32 more science. To be able to plot a Mercury launch. How much is left in this photography 2? The answer is quite a bit. At least 2 more launches, I think. So yeah, I think we fly 2 more of these, and that should get us all the science we actually need for a Mercury Atlas launch. And then the other thing we probably will need to grab is this 61 orbital rocketry, because I was looking at this. This is the restartable Agena that I need for the lunar mission I'm designing. So we need to put this in the queue as well. I guess before I grab basic capsules and crew survivability, we need 1961 orbital rocketry in the queue. But I think just flying these right now, the only issue with just fast forwarding and flying these missions is the subsidy slowly decaying, and the effects that that's going to have on my overall funding. But we're only skipping ahead a couple of months. And getting these satellites done, I think these can be like first thing next session is getting some of these satellites done. So yeah, let's fly a couple more of these. Oh, we're slow. Oh, of course we're slow, because there's a orbital component of the camera that stays in orbit. Which I should destroy. Alright, early flight control done. And finish this... Oh, I didn't hit shoot. Oh well. It's fine. Let's fly another one. And let's mute Chatterer. Grab these windows so that that works correctly. All right, this should be another 20 science for us. And I am just updating my notes for next session while this thing launches. All right. Notes are updated. I'm just trying to keep it updated with the tech that we've unlocked as we're going, because, like, my to-do list is based around our technology nodes, right? So this is going to get itself circular. Ooh, hopefully we don't push our AP up too high. Interesting that it decides that the limiting fuel is the red fumic nitric acid, not the kerosene in this. Doesn't really matter which one you measure, but I actually don't know how the game decides which fuel to show here. All right. And kind of every time, there we go. Every time we do these, it's going to take a little longer to hit the depleted state because it'll spend more time over biomes that have been finished. Looks like we get a nighttime return. Where are we? We are coming in over... That's North America, which means we're coming in over, like, Siberia. Cool. Oh, and it's going to be like dawn by the time we hit up there. Very nice. All right, looking good. This is a slightly hot. I think we're doing okay. Yeah, we've burned off most of our orbital energy already. Yeah, no issues. Cool. Now we just have to wait for it to drift through the air. Beautiful. And that should be another 20 science. Yep. And that goes into... It's got to go into orbital rocketry first. Right, because we need this for our Lunar. Yeah, we need the BA7 config. We need the... Well, that's it. We need the BA7 config. Unless I want to try to redesign this around Able Star. But I can always shuffle around the order if I need to. So we've got crew survivability and basic capsules. That's 32 science. So that might be actually 2 more flights of this mission. I think we're just going to fly... Oh, it's already August of 1960. Okay. I don't think we're flying this one. Well, yeah, we'll fly one more. And that'll get us pretty much to the point where we can do a bunch of the science contracts at the start. I'll actually probably fast forward through finishing this 59 orbital rocketry tech. Because that's only skipping like a month. And then we'll have like 3 flights back to back to back that will just be the various science contracts that we have available. So that's going to be this improved Earth imaging satellite as soon as we have the 59 orbital rocketry, infrared radiometry. Like we'll knock through those quickly. All right, warp to sunrise. And launch. And this will be the last launch of today. And then between what we're going to get from the various experiments that we can run on all of these other satellites that we're going to be flying soon, and what we're going to get from Lunar Impactor, and I guess maybe a little bit of what we get from our first manned orbital contracts, hopefully that will push us through the science we need into sort of the next era, whatever that might look like. You know, I haven't really decided what the overall goal of this series is, like where I want to end up. Moon boots would be cool. But, let's grab our things. Let's mute Chatterer. Oh, I had it right the first time. Oh, and that's not even what I wanted. This, pinned, this, pinned. That's funny that we still haven't fully collected forest, even though we fly over it every time. There's a few of these things kind of left in orbit right now. Yeah, it's spending a lot more time waiting than running now. We've finished several of the biomes, so it's going to be a while before this depletes. Worst case, it runs out of battery, and it will... Nope, did not run out of battery. It decided it was depleted. It'll deorbit if it gets down to like 10% battery. So this is probably the last one of these that's worth running, I would imagine. We can check and we can see what's in flight here. Yeah, there's only a little bit that's actually left. 4.3. All right, this should be the last one of these. So yeah, we'll need to get the last of the science for the Mercury capsules tech from the flights we fly next session. But we are in a pretty good place here. Are we coming in over the poles again? We are. Why is it always over the poles? All right. Burning through re-entry. Yeah, temperature's going down. We are all set. No problems. I love it when a plan comes together. I am impressed with how reliable this re-entry has been. Besides the one time with the bad script that I don't know why I wrote it that way last week. Like, this thing has been able to pretty consistently get itself into orbit and get itself back. So hopefully the KH-4 will be similarly reliable, knock on wood, and because that will also be a lot of science from the KH-4, and we're going to have to fly several of those, just like we flew several of these. All right, that is another 20 credits of science. Cool. And then this is... yeah, I'll leave that. That's... well, it's 2 weeks. Whatever, we'll skip ahead 2 more weeks. We'll finish 59 orbital rocketry. And we'll skip to morning so that it's morning when I start the game next time. And if we check in R&D, we'll need to grab crew survivability and then basic capsules. That's it. Everything else here is kind of extra. I think we've got everything we need to finish basically our current contracts and to get towards the moon. We don't need to do, technically, the second tier of photography to finish this contract, but I do want to start it anyway because we will get a bunch of science from it. But we do need to fly these 3 satellites for sure. As far as our to-do list for next time, we've got 3 missions that we need to design for. These 3 satellites. So this is KH4. And then we might or might not be able to fly the magnetometry satellite. But the gravimetric satellite, we do have to wait for Able Star because it needs multiple ignitions. And then 1961 orbital rocketry. This gives us Lunar impactor flyby. I don't know if we can get Lunar probe from this. I should be more specific. At this tech tree tier or not, we might need a little more oomph to get to lunar orbit. But that is fine. And yeah, it's currently October of 1960. The game says we'll have all of this tech by July of 61, which puts us the middle here. So that gives us like a year and a half to actually fly this. And if we do decide we need more tech for Orbiter, we can tech out of it by then. But we should also be done with early Earth observation satellites, and we'll be able to grab the crewed orbit program. And that'll be a bunch of extra money. So, like, if we do start running into issues with the timeline of Lunar, and I don't think we will. I think we have time. I think we'll get the tech done. I think we'll be okay. But if we have trouble with the tech we need for Lunar Orbiter, by this end of 62 deadline, crewed orbit should be able to help. And then we can think about taking this one in the near future, maybe. We've also got this uncrewed surface exploration. to consider taking as well once we get lunar probes. So maybe that's what we want to go for. Once we finish early Earth observation satellites, we take crewed orbit, and then when we finish early lunar probes, we jump right into lunar surface exploration. And then, of course, we can grab lunar crewed at almost certainly breakneck. Like, I think by the time we're ready to take this, we will be well within being able to take this at breakneck. Maybe not, but certainly at fast, but probably at breakneck, because we'll be taking this by like mid-60s, right? We still have a couple of years on these contracts, and then we're also going to have a few years on the crewed orbit contract, so we will be taking crewed lunar by the mid-60s, so even at breakneck, this will be like the 70s by the time we wrap this up, and I think that is reasonable. And then after that, it's about, you know, we can look at Mars, we can look at Venus, but honestly, I'm not sure. Not sure how much I'll keep the program going or not at that point. Is really the answer. We might be wrapping up after crewed lunar. That's always a good place to call it. But if we're still having fun and, you know, we can figure out the right ways to do interplanetary stuff, then we can certainly look into that. All right, cool. That feels like a roadmap. I think yeah, for next time we've got a bunch of a bunch of science satellites to do, and then a bunch of, well, a couple of more, and then orbit, lunar stuff, and humans to orbit. So all of that is going to be cool. All of that is going to be exciting. So yeah, hopefully by next time I'll have had some time to read those NASA papers a little bit further, and we'll have a better idea of how I want to write the script so that we can get our intersection point correct with the moon, and then we will go from there. So yeah, thanks everybody who's tuned in, and thanks to everyone who watches this on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And next Friday, the 27th, I believe is the Friday, I'm going to be doing a special, little bit of a stream, longer than usual, to celebrate hitting 100 YouTube subs and to belatedly celebrate hitting affiliate on Twitch. So if you've been looking for an excuse to come visit the stream, that is a good time to do it. And of course, even if you can't come visit live, feeding the algorithm on YouTube is also always appreciated. It does help small channels like mine. All right, we got a plan for the next few sessions. We've made progress on understanding how to do lunar orbit, so I'm feeling pretty good about things. I'll see everybody in the next one.